Hello, Ms. Connie?
Oh, that must be the witness. Kay must not be on yet.
Yeah, Kate's on. Miss.
I'm on. That is the witness, Connie Daniels.
Miss Anderson, what's the witness full name?
Connie, Connie Daniels.
Thank you so much.
Connie, you're on mute. If you can unmute.
Okay, is that better?
That's better.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Is that better? Okay.
So your full name's Connie Daniels?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels and Ms. Anderson. If you all want to mute, you can. Start. Thank you.
Is Miss Turner there yet?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Turner, I'd like to, if possible, put Miss Daniels on first since she's a witness. And that way we don't have to call the rule. Plus, she doesn't have to wait around all day. Is that agreeable?
Yes, we can do that, except we are going to take another matter up. Or I've suggested that we take another matter up first. We do have another person appearing today with an initial motion for continuance. So we're going to take that matter up first before Ms. McCraw's case.
Well, that's agreeable. Is Miss McCraw there?
Yes.
She is.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hmm. I got the Zoom meeting on my phone, Daddy.
Ms. Daniels, oh, good, you're muted.
that licensee Kelly Foster.
Hold on, that's not what I.
Okay, it's my understanding, Ms. Foster, you're asking for a continuance of this matter? Okay, could you share with the board why you want to request a continuance?
I'm unable to obtain counsel, and I'd like the opportunity to be able to do that.
Counsel?
Good morning. A continuance motion pursuant to the rules, the applicable rule must be filed at least 10 days prior to the scheduled date of this hearing. Your rules also do, of course, provide for a motion to be made within 5 days of the scheduled hearing, even if requesting to retain counsel. But that grant of a continuance may only be made by this board under unusual circumstances that the party will not be prejudiced. If the board is considering Ms. Foster's motion for continuance to secure counsel, I don't believe there would be any prejudice to the board in continuing the matter, but she should be asked to explain any type of unusual circumstances before you do so.
Ms. Foster, do you have unusual circumstances you can share with the board?
I haven't been able to obtain counsel due to my financial status right now. Since we don't have copies of financial documents to back that up, and for y'all to review. So I would like the opportunity to be able to obtain counsel.
Sir?
When did you find out that you were going to be coming before the board or needed to come before the board, or there were some allegations?
Around the 6th, I received it in the mail. I believe it was documented here. One on May the 5th. So around probably 6th, I got it in the mail.
Of May? And that's the first time that you knew of anything coming before, the possibility of something coming before the board? Do you have the appropriate means to obtain counsel at this point?
I will be able to obtain counsel.
So if the board were to set this matter for the next hearing calendar in July of this year, do you believe that you will have counsel secured in time for that hearing?
Yes, sir.
Any further? Any further questions from the board panel? All right, at this time, I will ask that we go into closed determination as to whether executive session is needed on this matter regarding license number R869380.
Make a motion, we go into closed determination session to determine if an executive session is needed for stated respondent.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session for deliberation regarding the motion for continuance regarding license number R869380.
And that we exit to go into executive session for stated respondent.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I don't think there's anyone opposed. The board will now exit to executive session on this matter. I have.
because they did that.
We are back on the record. Entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Make a motion, we go back into regular session.
That's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Following deliberation on license number, the motion for license number R869380, the board panel renders the following. The motion for continuance is granted. You will receive notification of the date and time for the next hearing cycle in next month. Are there any questions? You may be excused. Okay, the next matter before the hearing panel, license number R874536. Megan Schmidt.
We were going to go with Jennifer McCraw since we've got counsel representing the respondent in that case on Zoom already, together with a witness. I'm sorry, what's the name? Jennifer McCraw, case number 2021-969, license number 873681.
Okay, the next matter will be license number R873681. Jennifer McCraw. Is the licensee present? Okay, the docket indicates you are represented by counsel. Ms. Anderson, are you present?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I had to be by Zoom. I just had a knee replacement.
Not a problem. Thank you very much. Okay. I will give the groundwork for how we will proceed today. We will begin with opening statements. Each side will be allowed an opportunity to present their argument. We'll allow for examination as well as cross-examination of the witnesses. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we will have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
You have one of
I
those.
believe we have one on
the
the
Zoom
Zoom
as well.
I need to see that person, please.
Can you see me?
Can you turn on your video, Ms. Daniels?
Can they see me?
No, just your iPhone.
So we'll go ahead and proceed.
All she has to do is touch and take the line off of her video if she's on her iPhone. So just tell her to, Connie, if you can hear it.
There he is.
There we go.
Okay, got me?
Got you. Thank you. Okay, do each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Maybe see. For the record, I will announce that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Council, do we have any preliminary matters?
No, sir.
All right. Now we have an exhibit list. Are you in agreement on that?
Yes, sir. Do you have both parties?
We have exhibits B1 through B9 provided on behalf of the board. And I believe the respondent did provide a couple of exhibits as well.
Correct. Thank you.
Do we have those?
Okay, I have B1 through B9.
I know the respondent did produce documentation to the board.
It was sent a couple of weeks ago to Ms. Turner.
Was it not also sent to the board?
Well, I sent it to her on behalf of the board. She's the board's attorney.
Actually, on complaint counsel, the notice that was received by Ms. McCraw would have advised that documents and exhibits should have been sent directly to the board. I don't have an objection to us using them. We'll just need to go ahead and make sure that the board has copies of them.
We do not have copies.
Ms. Turner, can you provide copies, please?
I can send those. How do you want me to send those? Yeah. I think we're in agreement, at least with regard to B1 through B9, while we get these other exhibits emailed over to Shan.
Correct.
Ms. Turner, you have no objection to the exhibits
No,
offered by the respondent?
I do not.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, you have no objection to the exhibits proffered by the state?
No, sir.
Okay, we will admit exhibits for both parties. All right.
Yeah, that's it. Those are our exhibits. Oh. Andrew, I'm gonna shoot you the email as soon as I get them.
Do we need to take a brief recess until we get those?
Okay, can you email those to the board? I don't have the ability, or you may be able to do it quicker than I can.
I don't know the board's email.
I'll give it to you. It's S Montgomery at msbn.ms.gov.
And how do you spell Montgomery?
MONTGOMERY.
Thank you. I'll find them, and get them to you. Is that .com or .gov?
I just sent you an email. So
Okay,
you can reply back to it.
there we go.
Is the board waiting for those additional exhibits or can we proceed?
We are.
Pass the exhibits.
Oh. Exhibits on their way.
Ms. Turner, we can begin with your opening statement.
My name is Kim Turner. I'm an Assistant Attorney General here today as complaint counsel for the Mississippi Board of Nursing upon its complaint against Jennifer McCraw in the matter of Mississippi license number 873681, case number 2021-969. By its complaint, the board has alleged that the respondent, Ms. McCraw, has violated Mississippi Code annotated section 73-15-29-1D because she has had a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in another jurisdiction. Specifically, on or about October 12, 2021, the Arkansas Board of Nursing issued an order to Ms. McCraw to cease and desist from the practice of nursing in the state of Arkansas based upon compact privileges granted through her home state of Mississippi. Ms. McCraw is the holder, as I stated earlier, of Mississippi RN multi-state license number R873681. By its order, the Arkansas Board of Nursing alleged that the respondent, Ms. McCraw, while employed at the Medical Center of South Arkansas in El Dorado, removed 2 half-milligram Xanax tablets for a patient who was not assigned to her. Respondent failed to document the administration, place in the pharmacy bin, or waste the removed tablets. She denied removing the Xanax tablets, yet report indicated otherwise. Also, in connection with a reasonable suspicion, she was administered a urine drug screen. Respondent had disclosed the taking herself of Xanax, Lexapro, Ambien, and Flexeril. However, she failed or refused to produce those prescriptions. Her drug screen further tested positive at that time for hydrocodone, which she also failed or refused to produce a prescription therefore. In its order, a cease and desist order, the Arkansas Board of Nursing also cited to certain performance issues and charting issues while she was employed with Baptist Medical Center in Conway, Arkansas, who did refuse to extend her contract at that time for those reasons. The allegations cited by the Arkansas Board of Nursing by its cease and desist order constitute sufficient cause pursuant to Arkansas Code Section 1787309 and 1787, 601, 602 for Arkansas to probate, suspend, or revoke respondents' multi-state licensure privilege in the state of Arkansas. You will hear today from the board's investigator regarding the board's own investigation to the allegations made by the Arkansas Board of Nursing. And you'll also hear from Ms. McCraw, who will dispute the results of that drug screen based upon alleged improper collection procedures. She will therefore defend against these allegations made against her by the Arkansas Board of Nursing. It is the board's burden to prove these allegations of its complaints, and therefore we will move first in presenting our case.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Ms. Anderson?
Ms. Anderson, you are on mute, I believe.
My apologies. The entire issue in this case involves the suspending of Ms. McCraw's license in 2019 in Arkansas. The proof will show that she did get a letter from Arkansas telling her they were doing an investigation, to which she responded. She never got the letter from Arkansas that was mailed in October telling her to cease and desist and no longer practice as a nurse in Arkansas. And there's no proof in the record provided that she did receive it. There's no return receipt, requested signature or card in the file. There have been no further accusations made against Ms. McCraw. Ms. McCraw was accused of taking Xanax from a patient. She had agreed to a urine drug screen. The urine drug screen showed hydromorphone, a drug that Ms. McCraw doesn't take and did not have a prescription for. And based on that, they let her go. Ms. McCraw sees a doctor and has prescriptions for several medications and has urine drug screens periodically, all of which have been negative. I think the proof will show that Ms. McCraw is a good nurse and should be allowed to keep her license in the state of Mississippi.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Turner, give me the case in chief.
Thank you. Through the agreement of council, we would like to go ahead and let Ms. McCraw call her character witness first out of turn so that she may be dismissed from the Zoom given the late hour.
Certainly.
So,
Ms. Daniels, can you unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Connie Daniels.
And Ms. Daniels, where do you live?
I live in El Dorado, Arkansas.
And where are you employed?
Currently, I am employed at Cornerstone Specialty Hospital in West Monroe, Louisiana.
Are you a registered nurse?
Yes,
How long have you practiced nursing in the state of Arkansas?
29 years.
Are you being paid by anybody today for your testimony?
No,
Do you know Miss Jennifer McCraw?
yes, I do.
And how do you know her?
She worked with me when I was at the Medical Center of South Arkansas. I had been a nurse there for over 28 years. She worked night shift. She was a travel nurse, and that's how I met her.
Were you ever her charge nurse?
Yes, I was.
Did you, as her charge nurse and as a fellow nurse, ever see any flaws in her treatment or care of the patient, like such as stealing drugs?
No, I did not.
Was she at any time impaired on the job?
No,
In your opinion, as a nurse, was she taking medications that would affect her ability to care and treat a patient at that time?
no, not that I'm aware of. No,
Were you ever aware of her stealing drugs from another patient?
no,
Was there ever an incident where you yourself had to give a urine drug screen?
yes, there was.
Can you tell the board about that drug screen?
Yes, we in our unit we had started taking care of alcoholics, and they usually would get Librium, and our Librium count was off. And so there was everyone who had been in our Pyxis machine that got the Librium, we were asked, it was on a Saturday night, to give a urine drug screen. And so there was 4 of us. They took us all down at the same time. And we were told it was a random drug screen, which according to our hospital policy, because there was the house supervisor and a pharmacist there. And according to our policy, they're supposed to have the HR director or her assistant there when they do random drug screens. And they usually take you one by one. We were all 4 down there at the same time. We went into the bathroom one after the other. They did not check the bathroom for anything. We had our lab coats on. They did not have us take our lab coats off. They had me sign my name before they sealed my urine. So I'm thinking that I don't know if my urine was secure or not. So I feel they failed to follow proper protocol in that instance.
And this is the same lab that would have performed the urine drug test on Miss McCraw?
Yes.
And what was the result of your urine drug test?
Well, they said that it showed the diazepam, which I do not take or have a prescription. I was called in, and when I was called in, they told me it showed oxapam, which I do not have a prescription for nor take. So I was immediately terminated. After 28 years there, I have never had any write-ups, no complaints on my record, and I was terminated.
Do you still have your nursing license in Arkansas?
Yes, I do.
Was it investigated?
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of that investigation?
They found no disciplinary actions against me.
Did you go argue in front of the board, or did you write them a letter?
I had an attorney, Darren O'Quinn, out of Little Rock, because I he contacted the board, wrote a letter in my behalf, and then COVID hit, so we didn't hear anything for a long time. Last May, I got a letter from the board saying that they were going to investigate my case, and I had to send in information to them. And then just like a month ago, I got a letter from the state board saying that there was no disciplinary action and my case has been closed.
Can you tell this board your opinion of Miss McCraw as a nurse?
Yes, I think Miss McGraw is a very professional nurse. She took excellent care of her patients. She kept her families informed. She's a good team player. I never saw her impaired. She always came to work. She's just an excellent nurse.
I thank you, Ms. Daniels. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Daniels, I have a few questions for you. For those that aren't familiar, could you define what your responsibilities were as a charge nurse?
Okay. As a charge nurse, I was responsible for the nurses under me. Now, I also took patients, but if any patients had any problems, I would contact the doctors. If we had a code, I was in charge like the code leader until the doctors got there. And then if there's any discrepancies or anything that happened on the shift, I would contact the house supervisor, and then we would take it from there.
So you were the supervisor for Ms. McCraw?
Yes, on the night shift in ICU, but we also had a house supervisor that was over the whole hospital at night.
For how long were you the charge nurse while Ms. McCraw was working at the hospital?
Oh, well, I've been a charge nurse at that hospital for like 25 years, but ever since.
Specifically, I'm asking, how long were you Ms. McCraw's charge nurse?
Probably for a year.
Do you know those dates?
2018. I don't know the exact dates, probably into 2017 into 2018.
Okay, for about 12 months, correct?
12 months. Mm-hmm.
And did you always work the same shift as Ms. McCraw?
Not always, but because my schedule was a little bit different since she was a travel nurse. Because the travel nurses always got to work before full-time people did. So not always.
And this is when you were both working at the Medical Center of South Arkansas, correct?
Yes,
And you mentioned written procedures or proper protocol for the drug screen, which you were asked to take, correct?
correct.
Do you have written procedures or any documentation that would substantiate any of your testimony that you've given regarding that protocol?
I don't know if I still have it. I did at one point.
What was the name of the laboratory that did the drug screen?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to see if I could find that.
Do you know where it was located?
I think it was in Massachusetts, believe. It's the hospital said they've used this lab for years. Because when I told, okay.
So Medical Center of South Arkansas did the collection and they sent the urine for a test to Massachusetts. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
So your own hospital did the collection.
my own hospital did the collection.
And did you file a complaint with the hospital following your drug screen regarding the protocols and procedures?
No, at the time, because I was in such shock over the matter, because I didn't know what my next options would be. I did contact the DON or the CNO, who is no longer there now. And of course, she knows me personally, but, I told her there was no way this had to be a mistake. And, but at the time I did not mention anything about the urine protocol.
Actually, Ms. Daniels, I was asking before you got the results from your drug screen. You immediately knew when you went, as you testified, that the protocols, according to you, weren't proper. So did you immediately say anything, since this is your hospital at the time, about the protocols?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you didn't say anything even after the drug screen came back, correct?
I did in our meeting that I had with the CNO and the human resource director.
When were you terminated?
It was May of 2019.
Did you take any did you take any action with regard to your termination, to file any type of a claim or a lawsuit or a charge?
No, I did get me an attorney, Darren O'Quinn out of Little Rock, and he advised me to do a hair follicle test and nail clippings, which I did. Both were negative. I did attempt to contact an attorney, but they said it was a hire and fire at will state, so I had no grounds for anything.
Okay. And then you said you were indeed investigated by the Arkansas Board of Nursing, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any of that documentation regarding your proceeding with the Arkansas Board of Nursing?
I just have the letter that they sent me saying that my investigation was completed.
And what's the date of that letter?
Oh, was because I just got, let me see if I can. It's like I just got it a month ago. I know, but I don't have the exact date. It was this year, 2022.
And you said that's a
But I
letter
don't-
stating the investigation was closed, or they made a determination not to impose any disciplinary action?
No disciplinary action and no further action would be taken.
And do you recall what the charges were against you specifically by this Arkansas Board of Nursing?
No, because I self-disclosed. My attorney, when I contact my attorney, they advised me to self-disclose, which I did to the board. And so I don't know what the charges were.
So you
I never got a letter.
So you self-disclosed that you had received
That I was terminated and had received a positive drug screen. Yes.
Okay. So you were never accused of taking any type of medication from the hospital that you were working for, correct?
The hospital said that I took it because my drug screen came back positive.
So there
But I
was
was
an
never-
allegation. There was an allegation that you had taken medication.
Well, I had it, I don't know if I've taken it. They told me I had a positive drug screen. According to our policy, it's immediate termination if you do not have a prescription for that drug.
There's no need for you to look for that documentation. I'm just asking if you had documentation, which would have been helpful in
Mhm.
connection with your testimony. But going back to, if I just want to make sure I understand, you were a charge nurse for about a year during which you worked with Ms. McCraw, but your schedules didn't always overlap, right?
Correct.
So how often would you see her with patients?
Probably 3 times a week.
And when she was accused, were you still at the hospital as the charge nurse when she was accused of taking Xanax?
No, I was not.
So you weren't involved in any way, shape, or form with the allegations made against Ms. McCraw?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have
Any
nothing further.
Any questions from the board panel for this witness?
I have one. Did you say that you were working? So sorry, good morning.
Good
It's
morning.
Melissa King, asking the question. Did you say that you were working in the NICU at this time? That you guys?
I was working in the ICU.
In the ICU, not in ICU.
No, not in ICU, but ICU. Yeah, we had a cardiac ICU and then an ICU side, so.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board panel? Any follow-up on that, Ms. Turner?
No, thank you.
Any from you, Ms. Anderson?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, thank you. I think this witness can be excused.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
May we proceed?
You may.
The board would like to call our investigator, Ms. Redmond, to the stand. Sorry. So, Ms. Redmond, you've been previously sworn, correct?
Yes,
So could you please state your name for the record, please?
yes, Sharice Redmond,
And in what county do you live?
Madison County.
And your current place of employment?
I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
For how
and
long?
I've been here 3 years.
Okay. And what is your title?
Investigator.
And have you been an investigator the whole 3 years?
Yes,
And during the time that you have worked as an investigator, have you participated in actually conducting investigations which may have imposed or resulted in the imposition of such disciplinary action?
yes,
So you're familiar with this proceeding going on here today, correct?
yes.
If you would please tell me in your own words how the board and specifically you came to learn about the allegations made against our respondent, Ms. McCraw.
Yes, the Arkansas Board of Nursing advised that board orders had been, that they would conduct an investigation, the primary investigation against the respondent, Ms. Jennifer McCraw. I then contacted the board to inquire about the case investigation concerning the board orders and documentation from the facility surrounding the allegations under investigation.
So if I understand you correctly, Arkansas contacted the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Yes,
And then you received that information and I'm going to hand to you.
Excuse me, Ms. Redmond, I'm going to ask you to speak a little louder, please.
I am fine. No,
Okay,
I'm perfectly comfortable. So,
okay.
If I may, I'm going to hand you what's been previously already been marked and enter into evidence as Exhibit B8. And it's a composite exhibit, but if you could flip through those pages and let me know in your own words
Okay.
what those documents are.
B8 is a cease and desist order issued by the Arkansas Board of Nursing to Miss Jennifer Dunn McCraw. And it has the address of 4061 Quarter Moon Circle, Lauderdale, Mississippi as the primary address.
And that's the cease and desist order, correct,
That
from the
is
state of
correct.
Arkansas?
Yes,
And you would have received that and the board, Mississippi Board would have received that in connection with your investigation.
that is correct.
Okay. And also part of Exhibit B8 is some additional documentation. Was this also provided to our board, the Mississippi Board?
Yes, this is the Arkansas State Board of Nursing investigative report concerning the investigation they conducted as a primary agency.
And the other additional attachments with this, all this would have been brought to Mississippi, provided to the Mississippi Board of Nursing and to you to be initially conduct your investigation.
That's correct.
And so we see the initial complaint form by Arkansas or made by the Hospital Medical Center of South Arkansas, correct?
That's correct.
And does Exhibit B8 look to be a true and correct copy of what was received by the board, Mississippi Board of Nursing?
Yes.
Okay. And so these documents precipitated investigation. What did you do specifically in your investigation on behalf of the Mississippi Board?
I reviewed those documents that was received from the Board of Nursing, the Arkansas Board of Nursing, as well as the facility concerning the allegations that were brought against Ms. McGraw.
And what did your investigation determine?
We determined that there was a sufficient for a cease and desist order that was issued by the Arkansas Board.
So you determined good cause for Arkansas to have taken the action of a cease and desist?
Yes, yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay. Is there any other information that you need to disclose to the board that you discovered through your investigation that's not included within this Exhibit B8?
No.
So this document, to the best of your knowledge, constitutes and discloses the full reasons for the actions taken by the Arkansas Board of Nursing.
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, does the action taken by Arkansas constitute grounds here in the state of Mississippi to similarly take disciplinary action against Ms. McCraw?
Yes. Under our Article 30 Mississippi Administrative Code 2820 R 1.2 F includes a positive zero reading for unauthorized medication as grounds for suspension and unprofessional conduct under 7315-29.
And after your investigation was completed, again, to the extent that you know, was Ms. McCraw's license actually suspended pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated section 731529-4?
Yes,
And a formal complaint at that time was filed against her, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as evidence as Exhibit B5. Could you identify that document for me?
Yes, it is a notice of administrative notice for hearing addressed to Ms. Jennifer McCraw at the same address, 4061 Quartermain Circle, Lauderdale, Mississippi.
And that's the hearing for today's hearing upon the board's complaint, correct?
Correct. It's advising her to appear here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing, 715 South Fair Orchard Road, Suite 300, Ridgeland, Mississippi.
Very good. And the next page, which is part of that exhibit, is that a true and correct copy of the order suspending Ms. McCraw's license?
Yes, it's an order of suspended license.
And then I believe what's attached there too is at what was at that time an exhibit to the summary suspension, the Exhibit A, which is a true and correct copy of the complaint filed against Ms. McCraw by the Board of Nursing here.
That is correct.
I probably should have just verified, but Ms. McCraw is the holder of a Mississippi RN multi-state license, correct?
That is correct.
Handing to you what's been marked and entered into evidence as Exhibit B3. Could you tell me when Ms. McCraw was first licensed to practice nursing in the state of Mississippi?
Yes, she was licensed to practice on 2/9/2006.
And as you sit here today, are you aware of any further action taken by the Arkansas Board of Nursing?
No,
So nothing beyond the cease and desist order?
that's correct.
I have no further questions. I'll tender my witness.
Ms. Anderson?
Ms. Rodman, Kay Anderson for Ms. McCraw. Have you ever interviewed Ms. McCraw?
No, ma'am, Ms. McCraw did not respond to the board when she was sent a letter of interview. So she did not respond to the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Okay, and she's been licensed in Mississippi since 2006, correct? Other than, did you say yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
Other than the issue at the complaint right now, has she ever had her license suspended, revoked, or in any way disciplined?
No,
No other complaints ever filed against Ms. McCraw?
no, ma'am, not that I have.
Okay, I have nothing further.
I'll just have a quick
Oh,
redirect real bit. Just to clarify, I believe Ms. Anderson asked ever. How long have you been here with the
I've
board?
been here 3 years.
So do you know anything beyond the 3 years?
No.
Okay, thank you. Just a point of clarification.
One other point of clarification. Had she been suspended, disciplined, revoked of her license, that would have been in her file, correct?
It would be in her file. Yes, ma'am.
And you had access to her file, correct?
To the files that I have, the current files, yes, I have access to those.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel?
I have one. So I keep hearing the words multi-state license, and so she was practicing in Arkansas based on the multi-state license of Mississippi. But on the license verification form in our packet, it says single state. We happen to
What's the exhibit number?
B3 and B4.
Says single state on it. I would have to ask license to see. I would have to see license. But normally it's multi-state. If this one comes in, they may reduce it back to single state. But that's a license.
Can you answer?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was
Okay,
just
that's all right.
On this one, I will have to see if licensure maybe have changed the status because discipline was issued. It may have been a multi-state first, and then when discipline comes in, they may change that because of the cease and desist order.
Can we-
So find out the exact
can
date.
we get that timeline?
We can, and we can, do you want to take, would the board like to take a quick recess so she can do that, or do you want me to? Subject to recall, we could go ahead and proceed with our next witness.
Let's do that, subject to recall.
Subject to recall, okay, so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and dismiss Ms. Redmond, but ask with the intention to recalling her when she gets the information requested by the board. Could I proceed at this time?
You may.
The board would like to call Ms. McCraw as an adverse witness. Ms. McCraw, you were previously sworn in, remember?
Yes.
And just have a few questions. See, obviously you're represented here by counsel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been represented by counsel through this entire matter involving even the Arkansas licensure action?
No, because I was unaware of the Arkansas action,
You were wholly unaware of the Arkansas action.
wholly unaware.
Let's start with, could you just state your full name for the record?
Jennifer Dawn McCraw,
And where do you currently reside?
4848 East Crescent Lake Drive, Meridian, Mississippi, 39301.
And are you currently employed?
No.
What was your last employment?
My last employment was with KPC Promise Hospital, long-term acute care,
And where was that located?
Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Ms. McCraw, could you pull that microphone a little closer, please? Thank you.
And when did you relocate from Arkansas to that to Mississippi?
Get a repeat of where she's working now. I couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
Could you repeat where you're working, where you were working, your last place that you just stated?
That was at KPC Promise Hospital. It's a long-term acute care.
And before that?
Before that, I was working for Merritt Vicksburg.
For how long?
I was there for almost 2 years.
And before Merritt Vicksburg?
I was with the Medical Center of South Arkansas.
And where did you sorry, where did you attend school?
In community college.
And what year did you graduate?
Graduated in 2005. Took my boards in February of '06.
And have you been licensed in Mississippi since 2006? Are you licensed in any other states?
No, ma'am,
Were you previously licensed in any other states?
just the compact.
Just the compact. Did you work in any other state besides Arkansas?
No, ma'am.
And as you sit here today, your license is suspended, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Previous to the Mississippi Board's suspension of your license, have you ever been subject to disciplinary action in Mississippi?
No,
Have you ever been subject to any type of disciplinary action in any other state?
no,
So I want to go back because you mentioned you weren't aware of the proceedings in the state of Arkansas, correct? So it's your testimony that you never received a copy of the cease and desist order.
I never received a copy of the cease and desist order. I did speak to someone on the phone from the Arkansas board. I spoke to a Shannon Lloyd. She contacted me by phone in September 2019.
Do you know what her position was with the Arkansas Board of Nursing?
From what I could understand, it was her job to gather all the information to turn it over to the investigators.
Okay, so you believe it was part of their investigation,
Yes,
and the cease and desist letter, you've since seen that cease and desist order, correct?
I've-
Arkansas.
yes,
Was your address in 2021 4061 Quarter Moon Circle in Lauderdale, Mississippi?
it was not.
What was your address at that time? Do you remember?
4848 East Crescent Lake Drive, Meridian, Mississippi, 39301.
How recently had you moved?
I had lived there on and off for about 10 years.
Had you ever lived at 4061 Quarter Moon Circle?
Yes, we had 2 residents at the time.
So after that one phone call that you had with Shannon with the Arkansas Board of Nursing, you knew nothing else about any action taken in the state of Arkansas?
No, that's the only thing that I knew. A phone conversation, and I told her, you know, what had gone on and how things had happened. And she told me that if I had not heard from them within 6 months' time, to consider everything dropped. And I had not heard anything, so I didn't know anything about the rest of it until November of 2021.
And you never reached back out to Arkansas Board, State Board of Nursing regarding their investigation either, correct?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you curious to find out? I mean, about what had occurred or what had transpired more definitively from the State Arkansas Board of Nursing?
Honestly, after 6 months' time, I didn't think anything else about it because there was so much that was wrong with the chain of custody with the sample. I didn't think much more about it. And then COVID hit and I just was,
You weren't worried about it,
no, I was worried about it.
but you just didn't follow up. You just
Right,
assumed that, like she said, if it's 6 months, then don't worry about it.
right.
So let's turn towards the actual allegations, which you were here when I went through my opening statement. Allegations that were made to the Arkansas Board of Nursing, which arose while you were working for the hospital in Arkansas, were first and foremost that you removed 2 half-milligram Xanax tablets for a patient who was not assigned to you, correct?
That's the allegation, yes.
So can you explain or defend against that particular allegation?
I know that I did not take that drug out of the Pyxis system. There wasn't even a patient that was mine. And that particular night, I was not working in ICU because of census, I had been pulled to the 4th floor. So I was working on a different floor. There was no way that I could have accessed another patient's records but my own. So there's no way I could have known that that patient was even taking Xanax.
I believe in the Arkansas Board of Nursing's cease and desist order, they indicate that they knew you had removed the Xanax by virtue of, I believe, the system had used fingerprint biometrics, and that's how it was tied to you.
I know that at around the time that they were saying that the medication had been removed, I had been in the nurse's med room, but there were also several other people in there as well.
So the fingerprint only gets you into the medicine room, correct? Is that right?
They got us into the Pyxis system, but like I said, I didn't know anybody else's patient's name. I just knew who my patients were, and I don't know if maybe I didn't exit it out or what happened.
But as you sit here today, you seem to adamantly deny that you removed those Xanax tablets for a patient who was not yours or otherwise, correct?
Correct, because at the time I was taking Xanax myself and had my own prescription, so there was no need for me to try to steal from a patient.
Understand. And so the next allegation raised by the Arkansas Board of Nursing, obviously with the removal of the Xanax, I assume that they had medical provider had reasonable suspicion or cause to issue or require you to take a drug screen, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and according to the Arkansas Board of Nursing, you would disclose you're taking a certain prescription medications, but this particular drug screen tested, according to the screen, you tested positive for what I have as hydrocodone, which you denied taking and of course did not produce a prescription for.
Right.
Can you explain or defend against that particular allegation?
I have never taken hydrocodone, and I don't know how that showed up positive in my system and negative for Xanax, because like I said, I took it every single day for 10 years. And the Xanax was not in my urine.
Did you raise an issue? Your character witness talked about protocol problems. Did you raise that issue after you had your drug screen, your urine collected for your drug test?
I did when I had my meeting with Human Resources and my director.
But that was at the time that your drug screen had already come back as positive.
Correct.
And then the last issue that actually is cited by the Arkansas Board of Nursing are performance and charting issues, which occurred while you were under contract with Baptist Medical in Conway. At that time, you were working for a travel nursing group. And they specifically described you as failing to report to an oncoming nurse that a patient's IV had infiltrated.
Patient's IV had extravasated. It was not an infiltration, and it didn't show up until like 8 hours into my shift is when it showed up. And I did report off to the oncoming nurse, as she was the same nurse that I had picked the patient up from the night before.
So you did not, is that the only performance issue that you had while working under contract for Baptist Medical Center in Conway?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only charting issue that's been alleged that you're aware of in connection with your employment at Baptist Medical Center in Conway? As a result, though, of those performance and charting issues, Baptist Medical refused to renew your contract. Is that correct?
Correct.
So are you currently taking some prescription medications?
I am.
Would you mind sharing with the board what prescriptions you are currently taking?
I'm currently taking Vraylar, Lexapro, Klonopin, Ambien, and Flexeril PRN.
Other than the cease and desist order, is there any other action that the state of Arkansas, that the Arkansas Board of Nursing has taken against you?
No, ma'am.
So it's only the cease and desist order that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Since this proceeding was initiated, have you gone back and spoken to the Arkansas Board of Nursing?
No, ma'am.
Those are all the questions I have at the moment.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I do have a few questions. When you got your license in Mississippi, it was a multi-state license, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been licensed since 2006.
Correct.
You have never had your license suspended, revoked, or disciplined in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That's correct.
You heard the investigator testify that you never responded to the board's letter asking you to call them about their investigation. Do you recall that?
I never received a letter, no, ma'am.
From the Mississippi board?
No, I saw that ad in the newspaper.
What ad?
An ad that I was having this hearing.
About your license being suspended?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're not employed now, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long has it been since you've been employed?
Since November of 2021.
In November of 2021, is that when you discovered that you had lost your Arkansas privileges?
I was trying to go through a travel agency to get another travel contract. And that's when they came back and told me that there was a hit on my license from Arkansas.
And what agency was that?
Staffing.
Had you worked with them before?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, ma'am.
And were you surprised to find out that there was a hit on your license?
I was surprised because I thought that the matter was over with.
So it's your testimony today that you received a letter about the hearing from Arkansas, and you called Miss Shannon Lloyd to discuss it. Did you write her any information? Yes?
We lost you for a moment. Could you start over with your question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get a little nearer. It's your testimony today that you received a letter from Arkansas telling you that they were investigating you, correct?
No, I didn't receive a letter. I received a phone call.
from Miss Shannon Lloyd? Hello?
Ye- Yes,
Okay. So after you received the phone call, you explained your position to her, correct?
I did.
And did you explain to her the urine drug test that showed hydrocodone and no Xanax?
I did.
And you weren't taking hydrocodone, you were taking Xanax, correct?
Correct.
So this Pyxis system that they have in the hospital now for medications, when you access the Pyxis system, does that just get you in the whole system or just get you into the medications of your patient?
It just pulled up my patients.
So essentially, there was no way for you to access someone else's patient's meds, correct?
That's correct.
And the allegations of the IV infiltration, you called it an extravasation. Some of us may not know what that means. Can you explain that?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
When you were asked the question about the patient with the IV infiltration, do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
You explained it as an IV extravasation. Some of us do not understand what an extravasation is. Can you explain that?
Well, an infiltration is when the vein starts leaking and the IV causes the limb to swell where the IV is accessed. An extravasation occurs after the medication is leaked out into the tissues, causing it to swell, but it takes hours later for that to happen.
And did you give this report to the oncoming nurse?
I did.
Had you removed that IV?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you informed any physician about it?
I had not told any physicians about that. No, I had reported it off to her when she was going to let the doctor know on rounds at 7.
Okay. So your testimony today is you never received the October of 2021 letter from Arkansas saying cease and desist, correct?
That's correct.
That you had received the 2019 letter or the previous letter, and you had discussed it with Shannon Lloyd and heard nothing back as far as you knew from the Arkansas board, correct?
Correct.
Having heard nothing back, you assumed the matter was over, correct?
Correct.
And you continued to work as a nurse.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you at any time reapply for your Mississippi license?
No, ma'am.
And how did you find out that your Mississippi license had been suspended? Was that when you applied to the travel nurse position?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever tested positive on a urine drug test for opiates?
No, ma'am.
You see a doctor for your prescriptions, correct?
Yes.
And we've put into evidence your doctor's records. He periodically does urine drug screens on you, correct?
That's right.
And those urine drug screens that we provided evidence of go back, I believe, to 2018 and include 2019. Was there any drug screen found to be positive for any drug other than the drugs you were prescribed?
No, ma'am.
Are you asking this board today to renew your license and allow you to practice nursing again in the state of Mississippi? Do you feel you're an unsafe nurse?
I do not.
Do you feel that you follow protocol in the care and treatment of your patients?
I do.
Have you ever, by any facility, been disciplined or fired for the care you gave a patient?
No, ma'am.
I have nothing further at this time.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board panel for this witness?
I do. Ms. McGraw. Hi.
Hey.
Good morning. Your last employment at KPC Promise Hospital, long-term acute care. Can you tell me how you functioned there? What was, describe your role there, please?
It was, like I said, a long-term acute care. They did not have digital charting. They did the old-timey paper charting, which was a lot. I just assessed my patients and gave their meds throughout the day and tried to detect any differences or anything in their condition to report.
Did they have a Pyxis type system?
They
as
did.
well? Okay, okay, all right. At the Arkansas facility, you said that your Pyxis only allowed you to access your patient's medications.
Correct.
Okay, so it was specific. So that facility only allowed, like facilities I've worked at in the past, the Pyxis, once you fingerprinted in, you had access to any patient's medications on the floor. You're saying you did not have any access to any other patient's medications.
In intensive care, I did have access to everybody,
Okay.
but being pulled to a different floor and working on a different floor, I had to be added as a new user.
Okay.
And so I only had my patients that I could get from.
Okay, okay, okay. And last question. On that May 21st, 2019, you submitted to the drug screen, the urine drug screen. And it says respondent indicated on the drug screen disclosure of taking Xanax, Lexapro, Ambien, Flexeril. However, no prescriptions were produced. In my experience, when the MRO notifies you of the positive drug screen, that MRO will allow you time to submit to him or her your actual prescriptions. And you didn't submit any. Can you tell me why you didn't submit any?
Well, because my drug screen wasn't positive for any of those.
Okay, okay, so, but, okay, all right, so, okay, you didn't feel it incumbent upon you just to make sure that everything was out there, and you just felt like since it wasn't positive for those things, you didn't need to submit. But despite that,
Never asked for it.
MRO didn't ask for any scripts whatsoever.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess walk me through the process of the allegation of the time frame whenever the alleged from Arkansas where you were working. Describe the process of the Pyxis for that time, like from beginning to end of your shift. Like, how does that work? Walk me through that process.
When I was pulled to the floor, the nursing supervisor had to come up to the floor and manually add me in and added my patients to my profile. So when I fingerprinted in, it just pulled up my particular patients. I didn't have access to everybody on the floor.
But you fingerprinted in and it pulled that patient that's in question, but that wasn't your patient?
Like I said, I don't know how that happened, because I could only pull up my particular patients.
How long does the Pyxis stay active after you close the drawer to get the medicine that you fingerprinted in for?
I think it's 90 seconds.
So how, describe to me how another nurse, how you feel that went then. How did this occur? Like, and if you were in the Pyxis, give me a scenario on how that could have possibly occurred.
I don't know how that, I'm just trying to go over things in my head that could have happened. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but was trying to go over possibilities of how they could have come back and said, hey, you pulled this medicine out at 5:03 a.m. or whatever it was. But I know that the last time I was in the med room, there were other nurses in there and I got what I needed and I left.
Just curious, after this occurred, did you, the other nurses on the floor with you, it sounds like you were working there approximately a year, correct?
Yes,
So did you have a relationship with those nurses on the floor that evening that you were working with?
I know them.
Because you were pulled. So
Right.
when you functioned there, you primarily functioned in their ICU?
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't come down to the floor much, so you didn't have, a relationship.
Yes.
We requested a drug screen today. Would you be willing to submit that to the board?
Absolutely.
Good morning. I'm Shirley Jackson, licensed practical nurse. I have one question for you.
Okay.
Help me to understand. As Ms. King alluded to the Pyxis, the supervisor came down, keyed you in
Mhm.
to the patients you were only assigned to.
Correct.
You had a minute and a half for it to be open. I'm going to use me as an example. After you got my meds out to bring to me, did you wait that full minute and a half for that Pyxis to be locked down again, or
No, you're supposed to exit out.
did you exit out every time you had to go in?
I always tried to make a habit of exiting out, but working in ICU, sometimes we didn't have time we just went in there and grabbed what we needed and got out.
Okay, because I'm just trying to get an understanding, because I'm an ICU nurse as well.
Mhm.
That's why I'm just trying to get clarity here. Okay, that's all I have.
But for that specific, you weren't working in the ICU for this specific allegation, correct? You were on the floor. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ms. McCraw, what is your current mailing address?
My current mailing address is 4848 East Crescent Lake Drive, Meridian, Mississippi, 39301.
What is the status of your Arkansas license now?
From what I understand, it's revoked.
Anything further from the panel? Sir,
No, nothing further with this witness.
Ms. Anderson?
Nothing further.
Was Ms. Redmond going to be recalled?
Yes, I would like to before I rest the board's case, if assuming she's ready.
Something.
Go ahead.
So we haven't touched on the morning that the drug tests were submitted after the medication had turned up missing. They sent all 4 of the nurses down to the lab. It was during change of shift. So the lab was very busy. And when I filled out my paperwork, well, all of us, when we filled out our paperwork, they had us go ahead and initial the sealant label before we ever gave our urine sample. They sent us in one right after the other. We were brought our urine out, sat it on the counter, and were told, because it was so crowded in there was like a 4-foot wall. And we were told to go and stand on the other side of that wall to get out of the way. So I don't know, like I said, if my urine got mixed up with somebody else's, because it should have some positive for Xanax, and it wasn't. It was negative.
So basically, this is the same as Ms. Daniels' testimony,
Yes, ma'am.
and Ms. Daniels was exonerated, correct?
Yes, Miss Daniels went and had fingernail clippings and hair follicle samples taken because she wanted her job back. And I didn't take it that far. I just went on and found a different job. But then when I went in for my interview with the human resource and director of the ICU, I voluntarily said that I would, at my own expense, get a hair follicle sample and nail clippings done. And they told me it wouldn't do me any good.
Okay. One more question, I promise, maybe,
Okay.
maybe two. Do you have prospective employment?
No,
So after today, so wherever, do you plan to try to go back and travel? Do you plan to work in the state of Mississippi as a licensee? Like, do you have anything, like what did you have planned if the board saw it fit for you to continue with your license in Mississippi? Do you have a plan of what your next steps would be?
my next steps would be to try to find a travel position in Mississippi.
Ms. McGraw, I have a question.
Yes.
At which point, when you just shared that they told you it wouldn't do you any good, give me a timeline on when the urine drug screen was positive and when you were told that it wouldn't do any good, please, ma'am.
This all was mid-May. And I met with them like 10 days later. So it was like the first week in June.
So 10 days. Okay. When they told you it wouldn't do any good, had you spoken with your nurse manager, the previous witness? I'm sorry, what was her last name?
Miss Daniels.
Daniels, thank you. Had you spoken with Miss Daniels on the course of action she may take? Had y'all been?
No. Neither one of us knew that this was happening to the other, because after she had her drug screen done, she had gone and was on vacation for a week or two. So neither one of us knew that this was happening to the other.
Okay, but it was happening concurrently.
Yes.
Okay, so when did you speak with Miss Daniels about this? What was the first time you reached out to her?
She called me actually, probably the 1st of July. She called me and said that she had heard what happened, and that's when she told me what had happened to her.
I see. Did she share with you the course of action she was taking as far as the nail samples and the hair sample?
Yes,
She did. Okay, okay. And did you feel, did did you feel that was, an action worthy of taking?
not at that time because I had already gone on and found another job by then.
Okay, okay. So at the time, you felt like this wouldn't be an issue later on. So just in case, as Ms. Daniels did, just to cover yourself, you didn't feel like the hair and the nail sample it was relevant. You felt like you could just, everything was okay to proceed on as you were doing with your new employment, all that.
Yes,
Okay. Did you feel it was a good idea that Miss Daniel did that? Did you feel like that would be right? But in her employment, she sought to stay there, or did she go to another facility?
she was trying to stay there, but
Right.
when she contacted HR and the MRO about the results of her nail clipping and hair follicle sample test, they wouldn't talk to her.
Okay.
And I guess I wasn't looking at the bigger picture. I was thinking, well, if it didn't do her any good, it's not going to do me any good.
Right. Okay. Okay. But it actually did her good because the state of Arkansas dropped any charges or
Right.
allegations. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Any further questions for Ms. McCraw?
One more, Ms. McCraw.
Yes.
If you had indeed gotten that letter about cease and desist practicing nursing from the Arkansas State Board, would you have then hired a lawyer to defend yourself like Ms. Daniels did?
Immediately.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes, I would have immediately.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a few follow-up questions since we're talking about it. And looking through what the board has already marked as, I believe, the composite exhibit B8, which is the information from the Arkansas Department of Health for the Board of Nursing. They sent you a letter. Shannon Lloyd sent you a letter to 775 Gamillion Road in Walnut Grove. Did you get that letter?
No, and that's never been an address of mine. And when Shannon and Lloyd and I spoke on the phone, I gave her my temporary Arkansas address as well as my email address.
But that letter was sent by certified mail, return receipt requested, and it shows the signature signing for that letter.
That's not my signature.
That's not your signature?
No.
So if you didn't get the letter from Shannon, how did you know to call the Arkansas Board of Nursing?
I never called the Arkansas Board of Nursing.
So on Shannon's investigator report, also part exhibit B8, where she states, respondent called this office August 23rd, 2019 to discuss the allegations and finding of this investigation. Is she incorrect?
Spoke with Shannon Lloyd over the phone.
But you called her, right?
No, she called me on September 30th, 2019.
You didn't talk to her between July 1st and July 7th of 2019.
No,
Stating where the complaint was read to you and you said you would write a letter, and then you actually did send an email dated September 30th and also submitted a similar email to Ms. Daniels' testimony here today, which was also attached. So you didn't talk to Shannon.
I didn't talk to Shannon before that date. I did all that on the same day that I spoke to her over the phone.
All right. Just trying to figure out your addresses. All right, I don't have anything further.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Ms. Anderson?
No follow-up, sir.
All right, thanks.
We'd like to
Attorney.
recall, Ms. Redmond. The board had asked a question regarding what has been previously but marked as exhibits B3, B2 and B3, I believe. Yes, I'm sorry, B3 and B4. And the question was that on exhibit B3, it's Ms. McGraw's license compact status is stated as single state. And I believe that you, in reviewing the file, have found additional documentations to support an explanation.
Yes, as I was previously stating, when the discipline is issued in the system, it automatically changes it from a multi-state status to a single state status. And that would have been in reference to the orders that, the order of suspension that she received from this board on January 3rd, 2022. So the status change was done at that time. Administrative status change was done at that time.
Any further questions? Does that satisfy the board?
Do you have any questions for this witness, Ms. Anderson?
No, sir.
Anything further from the board panel for this witness?
Oh, I have nothing, no.
So in our system or in the board system, when somebody is suspended as of,
Like, we received notice from another state and it was a multi-state. It doesn't, it continues to say single state for verification instead of inactive or suspended.
It will stay there until they go in and actually manually change it back to multi-state. Has to be,
but it never says suspended or action or
well, it
anything.
will say that on the nurses, as far as the information that's on there, it would say, that's information is posted. It'll tell the initial action that was taken by the issuing board, which in this case was us. On 1-3.
Thank you.
Anything further from the panel?
Release our witness and rest our case.
All right, you're excused. This time we can move to closing statements. Ms. Turner?
In closing, all I would state is ask the board to consider all the facts and evidence that have been presented to you here today. Granted, the action taken, the investigation, the evidence produced with regard to the Arkansas Board of Nursing is sufficient evidence upon which this board may take similar action in finding either for the suspension, further suspension, or revocation of the respondent's license. However, there do seem to be some factual disputes that the board has certainly asked its own questions upon. So the board is well within its authority and power according to statute to either take further disciplinary action with regard to Ms. McCraw or not. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I think the board has heard the facts that Ms. McCraw never fought the suspension of her nursing license in Arkansas because she had no knowledge of it. She's fighting the suspension in Mississippi because she does have knowledge of it. She has not worked in a number of years, well, a number of months actually, but between 2019, when Arkansas dinged her license, and 2021, there have been absolutely no complaints filed against Ms. McCraw or her license or any disciplinary procedures. Ms. McCraw is a good nurse. She's a caring nurse, and we need nurses. She's been negative on all her drug screens. She has treatment for her mental issues. She's able to be a good nurse in the state of Mississippi. It's a serious act to take someone's nursing license. It's not an easy license to get. I have had my license since 1976 as a nurse. And even though I don't practice, I keep that license alive, inactive, but alive. You don't give it up and you fight for it. It would take one of the most heinous offenses, such as Redonda Vault case, to take a license from a nurse in the state of Mississippi. She is not a danger to the public, and there's been no evidence that she is. And we would ask this board to let her maintain her license and continue her career as a nurse.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Entertain a motion for the board to go into close determination regarding whether executive session is necessary in this matter.
Session for the 20-minute executive session is needed for stated respondent.
That's it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'll entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session regarding deliberation on license number R 873-681.
Stated respondent.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Board panel will now exit to executive session for deliberation on this matter.
As far as this might be about to deliberate on this case, if you go to the restaurant, get water, stretch legs. please.
You don't have ice in your break room, do you?
We did, yes.
You do? Because I've got a Diet Coke in my car, but it's gonna be hot, so I'm gonna go get it.
Can you go get your Diet Coke?
No, I'm gonna go get it, so I'm gonna go downstairs and grab that. So.
Okay. And I was gonna. You said Diet Coke. There might be a Diet Coke right here.
I don't mind bringing it. If y'all got ice, I can just throw some ice in a cup and it's all good.
I mean, if you just want to get your Diet Coke, that's fine, but I can check and see if one is in here, is what I'm saying.
That would be great. Yes.
Ready, Shane? Thank you. We are back on the record. I will entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Should we go back into regular session?
It's moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 873-681, the board panel renders the following. The license is to be suspended. There will be, as a requirement, evaluation for chemical dependency, psychiatric and psychological evaluation, educational courses to include documentation for nurses, documentation in the electronic age for nurses. The best defense is a good documentation offense, and legal issues for documentation. There will be a $500 fine. There will be probation of 12 months or greater, subject to the assessor's evaluation, indirect supervision, as well as employer reports. Drug screens, quarterly reports. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days. Are there any questions?
What is the period of suspension?
12 months. If there are no questions, Ms. McCraw, you may be excused.
That's good. That's good.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to proceed to the next.
I was just gonna ask, since Ms. Anderson and I believe the witness Connie Daniels might still be on the Zoom, if they could be excused or released.
Ms. Anderson, you and your witness may be excused.
Thank you. I think Ms. Daniels might be gone.
She is now.
Okay, thank you all.
Given Shannon a heads up, but I didn't talk to Shannon or Rochelle yesterday. but- I think it was Rochelle was mainly. You want to look through that? Screen. Which obviously I think that's.
Yes, ma'am.
Unmuted your computer. Okay.
I should have had it ready to throw with it.
Ready?
We're ready. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. The next matter before the board panel involves license number R874536. I understand that the licensee, Ms. Smith, is present. I'm going to ask that you move the microphone a little closer to you.
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We will begin with opening statements. We will allow each party to give their argument on the case. There will be an opportunity for examination as well as cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we will allow for closing arguments. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days. At this time, I'll ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
solemnly swear that the testimony that you give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God.
All right, thank you. For the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Ms. Schmidt, you're not represented by counsel.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Further understand that you are allowed to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by the board.
Yes, sir.
And you are ready to proceed today.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Ian, was I supposed to get a lawyer?
I'm sorry?
Was I supposed to get a lawyer?
Well, you have that option.
Okay. But it's okay that I don't have one,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
All right. Since this is a complaint by the state, we will begin opening statements with Ms. Turner. Once Ms. Turner has completed her opening statement, Ms. Smith, you will have an opportunity for an opening statement, and then we will begin with the argument from the state. Ms. Turner?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Kim Turner. I am an Assistant Attorney General here today representing, acting as complaint counsel for the Mississippi State Board of Nursing upon its complaint against Ms. Schmidt, Megan Schmidt, styled in the matter of Mississippi license number R2022-0167. holder of license number R874536. By its complaint, the board alleged the respondent, Ms. Schmidt, violated Mississippi Code annotated section 73-15-29-1L by practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substances as evidenced by a positive screen for alcohol, an illegal substance or unauthorized medication, and or possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. The conduct described constitutes unprofessional conduct as is defined by Rule 1.2 F1. The specific facts alleged are that on or about February 14th, 2022, the respondent tested positive for amphetamines, methamphetamine, and THC at the Rankin County Youth Court. In addition, respondent's 3-year-old child also tested positive for amphetamines, methamphetamines, and THC. Lastly, respondent attempted to falsify a drug screen through the use of a fake urine. The facts as presented to you today will establish conduct that warrants the imposition of adverse disciplinary action against Ms. Schmidt based upon her violation of section 73-15-29-1L. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Schmidt, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
Okay, I attended rehab. I went to Home of Grace, a 90-day program. Everything she said is very true. And I admit that I had a problem with drugs and alcohol, and I have found freedom through Jesus Christ with my experience at Home of Grace. So moving forward, I don't know. I'll do whatever it takes.
All right, thank you.
I never used while I was practicing or anything, ever.
All right, we'll get into that, some of that shortly. Council, I see we have an exhibit list here.
We do, Mr. Hearing Officer, in connection with the notice of hearing and a copy of the complaint in your initial suspension of your license, you were provided with a notice of hearing, and together you were also provided copies of exhibits which have been marked as board exhibits B1 through B7. Do you remember receiving those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any objection to the board introducing those as a part of this record? We ask then that we introduce board exhibits B1 through B7 into evidence into this record.
All right. Hearing no objection, they will be admitted. Now, I also show that we have 2 additional exhibits. Did you submit those, Ms. Schmidt?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I don't believe I was provided with a copy of those additional exhibits.
Okay.
Were they provided today or previously?
Today.
Today, okay.
Okay. You can actually.
Thank you all so much for everything, for helping me. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Turner, there should be a certificate from Dome of Grace, which is R1.
Home of Grace, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Home of Grace.
Yes, and
And-
then R2, I do.
Okay,
The board has no objection to the introduction into evidence, even given their late production by the respondent here. There is no objection to the entrance into evidence.
all right, thank you. Exhibits R1 and R2 will be admitted as well.
Has the court reporter been provided copies of these or originals of these? I want to take yours from you.
Ms. Turner, you may proceed when you're ready.
The board would call Investigator Dwayne Jamison, please.
You may.
Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Jameson, you've already been sworn here today, correct?
Yes.
So for the record, could you please state your full name
Dwayne Jameson.
and the county in which you live?
I live in Hines County,
And for whom are you employed?
Mississippi Board of Nursing,
For how long?
31 years.
Wow. Congratulations. That's what. And I know that you're an investigator, but do you have a title other than investigator?
Actually, I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
Thank you. And during your very lengthy career with the Mississippi Board of Nursing, have you had the occasion to participate in investigations which may result in hearings like we have here today, or the suspension or revocation of a nursing license?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and so have you testified in a licensure or disciplinary hearing before?
Yes, I have.
And as an investigator, is there or was it a part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints or information that may be received by the Board of Nursing regarding licensed nurses?
It is.
And when a complaint would be made to the Board of Nursing, what would be the customary procedure? How would that be handled?
Once we receive the allegation or the complaint, we basically gather all of the facts, any documentary evidence that may be available. We would gather that information and submit it in the form of a report prior to making that decision.
And in speaking previously, we've established that you haven't yet seen this case, correct?
I have not seen this case today. It's been a while since I reviewed these documents.
Well, I'm going to hand to you what's already been marked as Exhibit B7. And just for the record, could you identify what document that is that I've handed to you?
These are test results from a urine drug screen.
And what do those test results reveal?
Reveals that there's a positive for amphetamines, methamphetamines, and cannabinoids.
And you can also see what's been previously marked as Exhibit B5. It's an order suspending license. And given your experience as an investigator with the Board of Nursing, if an order suspending license had been issued, an investigation would have been undertaken upon the receipt of those Rankin County drug screen results, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it have been thereafter customary for a complaint such as the one that's attached as Exhibit A, part of composite Exhibit B5, to be initiated by the board?
Yes, it would.
And would a positive drug screen for the drugs I believe were listed as amphetamines, I can't speak, methamphetamine and THC, would that customarily lead, in your experience, to the filing of a formal complaint and perhaps even disciplinary action?
Yes, it definitely could.
And does anything come to mind as far as, let me phrase it this way, would such a positive test result constitute at least unprofessional conduct as defined by the Board of Nursing's rules?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think such conduct would also constitute other violations of the board's rules?
Could possibly, yes.
Think. And I know you haven't, again, had the opportunity to review this file, but you yourself have never spoken with Ms. Schmidt. Right?
I don't recall if I've spoken with Ms. Smith.
Those are all the questions I have. I'll tender our witness.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Jameson, Ms. Smith?
No, sir. God bless you. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Jameson from the board panel?
May I release my witness?
You may be excused.
The board would call Ms. Schmidt adversely. Ms. Schmidt, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so I know that the administrative hearing officer asked you some questions about understanding your rights, but you're also here today. You've executed a waiver of service of process, correct?
When I came in the door today, they had me sign a piece of paper, yeah.
Ms. Schmidt, I'm gonna ask that you move that microphone a little closer, please.
Yes, sir. When I came in today, they had me sign a piece of paper, so.
And like you understand that you could have an attorney and produce documents, you also understood that it was the board's responsibility to ensure that you received notice and a copy of the complaint.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But you were okay with signing that waiver and appearing voluntarily, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, if I could you please state your full name for the record?
Megan Lynn Schmidt.
And where do you currently reside? You could just tell me the county.
It is Jackson.
Jackson
No,
County?
not Jackson. Yeah, Jackson County. I just moved. I'm sorry. So
Do you live in Pascagoula?
I live in Pascagoula.
It's
Is that Jackson? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Okay.
intended as a quiz of the state. Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
What was the last place? Where's the last place you worked?
Gulfport Care Center.
And when was that?
That was October 2020 till February, about February 5th or 4th, 2022, right before I went to treatment.
So did you go to treatment before your license was suspended by the board?
I went to treatment before it was suspended.
Okay, so
Yes, ma'am.
did you leave Gulfport Care Center voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you submit a resignation?
Yes, ma'am.
And before Gulfport Care Center, where were you working?
I wasn't working for a couple of years. Yes, ma'am. Because of childbirth. Yeah.
Okay, could you tell the board your educational background? Where'd you go to school?
I went to college at MGCCC. I'm from Virginia, Montana, Virginia. So I went to high school in Virginia.
And when did you first obtain a Mississippi license?
In 2006.
And your license as an RN, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever practiced in any other state besides Mississippi?
Yes, ma'am. Hawaii, Tennessee, Virginia. Yes, ma'am.
And what is the status of your license in Hawaii?
Okay, I haven't had it since probably 2012. It's probably expired.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Tennessee?
It was a compact state license through Virginia. So yeah, it's expired, I think.
Might be easier. Have you ever had a license revoked or suspended?
Never.
Have you ever been the subject of disciplinary proceedings?
Never.
Have you ever had any complaints made against you that which resulted in at least some type of conference with the Board of Nursing?
No, ma'am.
You've readily admitted in your opening statement to the allegations that the board has made with regard to your positive drug screen, a positive drug screen of your child, as well as attempting to falsify the urine test, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the board what led you to that place?
Some events happened in my life to where I became a resident at the domestic violence shelter in Biloxi. I lived there for 9 months, and I was able to get my nursing license reinstated. I had my baby with me, working every day in this domestic violence situation. I became very overwhelmed, and my father offered me drugs, and I took them.
How long did you use?
A couple months.
So it was only for a couple of months.
Only for a couple months. Yes, ma'am.
And how is it that you came to, I assume, did you voluntarily submit yourself to rehab?
I drove straight to rehab from the youth court. They gave me a drug test. I went back to the domestic violence shelter after I used with my father. And they said, Megan, are you okay? And I said, no, I'm really not okay. So they called DHS.
Why were you in Rankin County Youth Court that day?
Okay. My mama went to heaven. My father is on drugs horribly in Biloxi. So we have like no support system whatsoever besides me. And Stephanie, my baby's father, he's from Rankin County, Brandon. His family lives in Brandon. So they came to get us. So we were moving from the domestic violence shelter with them, and I had already used. So they came, God set it up where it happened. Perfect timing. They came to Biloxi to get us and took Stephanie to Rankin County. And then my test results came back. My hair follicle test results came back.
So was your child's father's parents coming to help you and your daughter, or were they taking your daughter from you?
They were coming to get me and my daughter to come to Brandon, Rankin County, to move there.
And so
Yeah,
why was there a drug test?
because the domestic violence shelter called DHS on me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all very confusing, I know.
That's okay. I appreciate you trying to fill in the blanks for me. And I gather the domestic shelter was a zero tolerance.
No, yes, ma'am, which is good, yeah.
And so you completed, how long was your treatment for?
90 days.
And when did you complete that treatment?
May 27th.
And have you used since May 27th?
Ma'am.
Are you currently in any additional outpatient treatment?
Yes, ma'am. I actually, I gave a letter. You should have a copy of it. It's a transitional home, which is sober living. And you go to meetings every week, 5 times a week, and it's in Pascagoula. And you go to church and it's a transitional home.
For how long will you be at the transitional home?
As long as Jesus has me there. I could stay there for up to a year, but I'm praying. I have court for my baby Stephanie September 19th, so I'm hoping to transition out to Brandon.
And is your daughter Stephanie with her
Yes.
father's parents?
Yes, father's family, not parents, but
Of his family?
Yes.
Okay, I understand. And so as part of this transitional home and the treatment, I assume you regularly receive counseling as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your plan beyond the transitional home? You stated that you don't have a strong support system, but you're in Pascagoula and your daughter's father's family is here in Brandon. So what is your plan beyond the transitional home?
My plan is to form a good foundation while I'm in that transitional home in Pascagoula, and then my court date's going to come in September in a couple months, and hopefully, I pray to God in Jesus, I'm able to transition out to Brandon, just like they came to get us previously. So I'll be able to come with Stephanie here.
So your plan is to move closer to?
Yes, to Stephanie, and to find recovery, like celebrate recovery. It's going to be a part of my life for the rest of my life. But yeah, to find stuff out here. Yes, ma'am.
So you clearly appear to take responsibility for your actions.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel that you would be capable of performing the duties and responsibilities of a registered nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any employment or future employment or leads on employment secured already?
For wound care nursing, but I think that I'm just gonna get more steadfast and like build a foundation with my recovery for a couple more months until I find out what's happening with my baby, and then come out here and start nursing in Brandon.
How are you supporting yourself now?
Currently, I'm at a nonprofit.
So you don't have to worry about any type of financial support at the moment?
No, ma'am. I'm so blessed by Jesus.
And you do understand that your positive drug test results and your attempt to falsify the drug screen, that does constitute unprofessional conduct.
I understand, and I'm supposed to be held to a higher standard than, I totally get that.
And so you understand the board.
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I don't have any further questions. I'll tender the witness.
Questions from the board panel for Ms. Schmidt?
Would you mind completing your question? You understand, you were leading down a, do you understand something?
I think what I was about to say is, do you understand that the board has the power and the authority under Mississippi law to impose disciplinary action, which could include revocation of your nursing license?
Totally understand that. And I promise that I will do everything in my power to never let this happen again. I promise.
Questions from the panel?
Ms. Smith. So May 27th of 2002 is whenever you said that was your last use, or that's whenever you,
Of 2022, May 27th is when I just left Home of Grace, which is when I graduated from the recovery addiction facility. Yeah,
and when's the last time that you?
February 24th.
Please finish the question.
Sorry.
That's the last time you had any use of any addictive substances?
Yes, ma'am.
You're in, are you in AA, NA? What are you in?
It's Celebrate Recovery. It's called Celebrate Recovery. It's like AA, but like God driven, kind of like a faith based. What step I'm on? 6. Step 6, yes, ma'am.
And for the wound care job, do you already have an idea of what your responsibilities would be as a nurse and where that would be?
Well, it was previously at Gulfport Care Center. I was the wound care nurse there. So just taking care of patients' wounds, treating them as the doctor prescribes.
And they said that they would hire you back?
I haven't. I'm going to work on my recovery first. And then, I mean, I could always go back to that if I ended it wonderfully. There's no reason why. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, counsel?
No.
Ms. Schmidt, this is your opportunity to share with the board why you think you should maintain your license. You have the floor.
This is my calling from Jesus, and I have made mistakes, and I'm so sorry. And it has made me a stronger, better person, though. And I'm gonna try my very hardest to never, ever let this happen again, ever. I love taking care of God's people. I want my nursing license back, and I promise that I will never do it unless I think that I can. So, the end.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Schmidt?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had addiction issues in the past, Ms. Smith, or was this?
No, ma'am, I have not. It was just my mama went to heaven and my father offered me drugs and I finally said yes. And but I learned that it came from a lot of heart wounds that I had in my life. Like I've learned a lot of stuff through treatment. And yeah.
Do you feel like that you're an addict?
Do I feel like I'm an addict? I feel like I'm a recovering addict and I will be for the rest of my life. And I need to keep my distance away from things that are bad. Use my brain a lot more. Yeah.
How did Stephanie get those drugs?
In her system, I guess from me holding her. I guess it transferred from skin to skin, which is horrible too. So, but I have made progress because I went to treatment and I have found freedom through Jesus Christ. I really have. So.
One more question, Ms. Schmidt. Do you have any criminal charges pending against you at this?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
How long did you take the drugs before you got caught?
I'm sorry,
How
what?
long did you take the drugs?
The drugs? I think I did it probably 3 times. So from February until the end of February, a month.
I know I said that a lot.
You're fine.
But it's said that you are a recovering addict for, and you will be for a lifetime, right? So that's a disease. What is your drug of choice?
I don't really know what people say when they mean that. I mean, what they mean when they say that, because I don't choose any of it. I mean, I would. Drug of choice. I would clean too much. I would, eat too much. I would do anything too much to try to like mask the pain that I felt from these heart wounds that I had in reference to my mama getting killed and just some things that happened. So, and I used drugs to do that. Marijuana. Yes, ma'am.
Anything further from the panel? Follow-up counsel. I think we can move to closing statements.
I'll be brief for the board. Ms. Schmidt has admitted the allegations of the complaint. Such conduct is unprofessional conduct as defined by your rules. Given her admission and the evidence provided here today, which is uncontroverted, the board has established a violation of Mississippi Code Section 73-1529 1L on 2 different bases. Given these facts, it will be the board certainly has it within its power and authority to impose disciplinary action against Ms. Schmidt. I will entrust the board in its discretion to determine whether or not imposition of further disciplinary action is warranted, if her license should be returned. That's a bigger question in that she is now just recovering. So I would pose to the board that her actions have been commendable and she has taken great strides, but we are still talking about a very brief period of time between February and where we sit here today at June. So I would caution the board as far as ensuring that she is given ample time to work on her recovery until she is strong enough to return and truly not pose a danger to herself or others in this profession. But again, it's within the board's discretion and I will leave it at that.
Ms. Schmidt, if you have a closing, you can make it at this time.
God bless y'all. Thank you so much for helping me with whatever you choose. Thank you.
All right. Entertain a motion for the board to go into closed determination regarding whether executive session is necessary on this matter.
We'll make a motion that we goes into closed determination session to determine if executive session is needed in regards to respondents.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. None opposed. The motion carries unanimously. Entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R874536.
Make a motion, we go into executive session for deliberations of stated licensee.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. None opposed. The board will now exit to executive session for deliberation on this matter. We will return shortly with a decision. We are back on the record. Entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Make a motion, we go back into regular session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R-874-536, the board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. The respondent may be eligible for licensure and nursing privilege practice restored after 1 year from the date receipt of the final order. A copy of the final order will be forwarded to you within 30 to 45 days. Are there any questions?
She needs to give you a proper address.
What is your mailing address?
It
Ms. Schmidt?
is. Yes, sir. It's 604 Ingalls. It is 604 Ingalls Avenue, Pascagoula, Mississippi, 39567.
And how do you spell Ingalls?
Ingalls Avenue.
Okay, the order will be mailed to that address.
Yes, sir. Can I just repeat back to you what I think I heard just to make sure I understand?
Certainly.
Okay, so my nursing license has been revoked for 1 year from the time of today.
The day that you get the order from the board.
Okay, the day that I get the order for 1 year. Oh, sorry. And I can reapply for it after that time.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything else that I need to do in that year?
Continue on your road to recovery.
Yes, sir. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Bless you.
Just submit for
A restoration.
a restoration,
Is it a restoration or an entire new package?
I think it's going to be a restoration.
Because it is a revocation.
Well, yeah, that's true. That we'll have to go through that step of the compliance.
Yeah, the compliance officer will be able to give her everything that she's gonna, but Ms. Smith, I'm not trying to talk about you like.
You're fine, you're fine.
But the compliance officer will be able to produce to you everything that you would need to have ready
Okay.
when you feel like you are ready to repetition for your license to be reinstated.
But no matter what, I can't do that for 1 full year. Correct. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Anything further, council?
Nothing further.
Thank you.